Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
Early this morning, it was dark, it was cloudy, it was rowdy, cloudy, rainy. Right? Easy for me to say. But look at the skies clearing up right now. Beautiful night for baseball. We're at Great American Ballpark, the Padres and the Redlegs in the opener of this three-game series. Hi again, everybody. Alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Delighted to have you with us on this Monday night. What do we know about the Padres? We know they're having a similar kind of year as the Reds, but we also know, Cowboy, that they manhandled the Reds out in San Diego last month.
Yeah, it was almost as if the Reds forgot how to play baseball for a couple of days. You look at the way that the Padres played, and you look at those numbers and you think to yourself, well, those aren't very good numbers, whether they're pitching or hitting, but the record's 16-6. Well, that tells it all. That tells me that the Reds owe them a little something here at Great American Ballpark.
They'll try and start that tonight, but a tall order. They're facing the best San Diego starter in Jhoulys Chacín. Not only has he been good this year on a team well under 500, he has been really good against the Reds.
Yes, he has. I think the big thing with Chacín comes down to the breaking ball. When he's got that slider on point, makes it awfully difficult, especially early in the ball game, to square in on the fastball. Almost pitches backwards. Hard sliders early, big sinker inside. He's had a tough time on the road this year, 4-5 with a 7+ ERA. But Tom, his last couple of times out on the road, he's been dealing.
Well, that's been the story really with the Padres. Their last 5 series on the road, they've won 3 of them, lost 2 of them, and we'll see how it goes in this one starting tonight. Back into the rotation, trying to put together a solid effort because he had plenty of them early in the year that not many lately is Tim Adelman.
Yeah, I think when you get into August, things start to get a little bit fatigued, not only from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint. So tonight, for Tim Adelman, he's got to drive that 4-seam fastball down and away. He's got to get the ball down at the kneecaps. That's the pitch that he's given up the home runs on, and he's given up a bunch of them. The changeup for strikes, especially early in the ball game, so he gets the feel for it. And goodness gracious, when you get 2 strikes, you have got to put them away.
All right, when we come back, we're going to check in with the main man on the Reds beat each and every day. You know who that is. Every day, all day, Jim Day. To tell you about these closers trying to make themselves household names.
was brought to you by Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time.
Hey guys, the rain has moved out of here and the clouds will follow. We will see clearing skies throughout game time against the Padres tonight. Temperatures will be around 71 by the first pitch. Will fall through the 60s with clearing skies and some patchy fog later tonight. Let's go Reds.
All right, two premier closers in this game, and two guys that around the league or nationally probably don't get the pub they deserve. And around the trading deadline, you heard the name Brad Hand talked about a lot. There were a lot of teams after him, but he stayed a Padre, and now he's the guy at the back end. We check out our Elk and Elk storylines. If you're a Reds fan, you know all about Raisel Iglesias. He's converted 19 of 20 saves this season, a sub-2 ERA, 176 opponents batting average, and striking them out a ton. Brad Hand, since becoming the closer at the back end since June 14th, he's converted 6 of 7, 169 opponents batting average, and also strikes out a lot of guys. So whoever has the lead late, pretty good chance one of these two guys is going to close it down. It's the first of 4 Reds and Padres from Great American Ballpark. Safe to say the Reds owe the Padres 1 or 2 or 3 or maybe even 4. Coming up, Votto stays hot. Tom and the Cowboy next.
Start back into the rotation. Adelman pitching in his 21st game, his 20th start overall on the year. We'll give you his numbers in a minute. He's facing a San Diego Padres team which comes in at 49 up, 61 down. And let's take a look at their lineup presented by Menards. Margot in center. Asuaje is at second base. Perella is in left. Solarte at third. Myers was an all-star. He's at first. And the former #1 pick Cowboys guy, Mississippi State guy, Renfroe.
Yes, he is.
Hedges behind the plate. Coleman at short. Shashin on the mound, and they're managed by 40-year-old, holy Moses, from Lexington, Kentucky, Andy Green. How about the numbers on Adelman?
Well, I think for Tim Adelman, you get put into the bullpen after, as you mentioned as we opened, He had some good starts early in the season. The key for him right now, after having quite a bit of rest and not being back out there, drive the ball to the plate, get the ball down, see if you can get this club deep into the ball game.
All right, so here we go. Digging in is the center fielder, Manuel Margot. And the fastball is high, and we're underway. Mike Everett works behind the plate. Jordan Baker at first. Bruce Druckman, the umpire, at second base. And at third, it is Chad Whitson. The crew chief is the home plate umpire, Everett.
I think a key for Tim Adelman, as you watch Tucker Barnhart set up behind the plate, where he puts his mitt, every time Barnhart puts his mitt, he's putting it right in here. The last thing you want is for Barnhart to have to raise the mitt. If you're going to miss where that last pitch was, in the dirt. If you miss up and out over the plate, this Padre ball club, they're used to hitting the ball in the air. They will hit it in the air, and in this ballpark, a ball that's driven in the air is gone.
Well, you couldn't play your home games in one ballpark that would be a complete 180 from where the Padres are playing in Cincinnati tonight.
Right. Those last two fastballs from Adelman have been awfully good pitches. Down in the zone, right at the kneecaps, right on the outside corner. That is a big key.
And now 3 balls and 2 strikes on Margot. 274 batter. 9 home runs, so there's some pop in that bat for a leadoff batter. 27 runs batted in. First 2 hitters in this lineup came over in that Craig Kimbrell deal from the Boston Red Sox. That ball is hit 1.5 miles, but it is a 1/4 mile foul.
Margot Asuaje, who stands in the on-deck circle, Hunter Renfroe, Austin Hedges, all played in El Paso AAA last year, played in the AAA World Series. They are referred to in this Padre organization as the Core 4. Young guys they would like to build around.
Straight up in the air. That was a pitch that got in on him a little bit. So a nice pitch by Adelman at 3-2, and he will record the first out of the night into the mid of Billy Hamilton. The rest of the Reds on defense presented by Ford. Hamilton flanked by Duvall and Winker. Cozart back-to-back starts since coming off the disabled list yesterday, and once more, as Cowboy mentioned, the battery of Adelman and Tucker Barnhart. Asuaje playing in just his 39th game, but he's done well. 295 batter, couple of home runs, does have 7 doubles. And they're trying to find out if this young man is the whole package. I mean, you talk about rebuilding. You know, the Padres don't have any money tied up in a lot of players they have on this team. They have a lot of money tied up in some guys that they have traded. Remember, they went around and tried to build this entire thing almost overnight just 2 years ago, and they brought in guys like Kimbrell. That one is hit down the right field line foul. They brought in Sean Kemp among others, and the next thing you know, James Shields, and you know, all of a sudden their payroll skyrockets, and then they realize these guys aren't doing any better than maybe a bunch of young guys, so they start shipping them off. But when they did, they're still responsible to pay a lot of those salaries. Whereas the Reds, they have 4 players already tied up financially next year. 4 players to the tune of over $70 million. Once some of those other numbers come off the books for the Padres, it'll be stripped down to the bare bone minimum. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, what a difference for young Mr. Asuaje on the road than at Petco Park in San Diego. 2-2.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, this Padre club hits the ball in the air. If you're playing a Great American Ballpark, you've got a chance for some home runs, legitimate. In San Diego, that's just a fly ball out. Hang with them.
And not only a fly ball out about 30 feet in front of the warning track. That'll humble you there now.
Yeah, you talk about launch angle, and more players today getting a little bit of uppercut in their swing. You better be in the right ballpark. Launch angle in Colorado, that's real good. Wait till you play in Petco or City Field in New York or some of these other ones where the ball doesn't carry.
San Francisco.
Oh, jeez.
Saying, you know, you look at this Padres team and you looked inside some of those numbers we showed you a little while ago. It's a second straight batter with a 3-2 pitch, and Adelman to the plate and struck him out. And, you know, they're near the bottom, as they generally are, and some of it has to do with the ballpark. Probably a lot of it has to do with the ballpark. A lot of it has to do as well with the players they have on their roster. I mean, year in and year out, they're near the very bottom of the league in most offensive categories. They're 11th in pitching, so they haven't had really either one of them. But the thing that's amazing is you look in those numbers and you say, okay, well, why is this team only 12 games under 500? As opposed to the Reds, say, who are 21 under 500. Because one, the numbers don't add up, but two, the division they're in. They're in a division where if the season ended today,
3 teams would go to the playoffs.
That's right. And 2 clubs that have by and large played anywhere from 15 to 20 games over 500 in Colorado and Arizona. Told you Andy Green grew up just down the road in Lexington, Kentucky, played collegiately at the University of Kentucky. Good breaking ball there, and that's good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Jose Pirela. Yeah, well, you talked about it, keeping that ball down, that breaking ball, command good early on for Adelman. They're a perfect top half. Let's look at the Menard starting lineup. Under manager Brian Price, Reds 45 up, 66 down. Hamilton, Cozart, Votto, Duvall, Jeanette, Suarez, Winker in the 7-hole again. Barnhart 8th and Adelman 9th. Jolice, Shashin. Those are really good numbers on a team that's 12 games under 500.
Well, especially the numbers lately. 5-0 with a 2.02. Padres have won his last 6 starts. Those numbers would coincide with those 6 starts. Breaking ball will be key here early. If he's getting that slider over, it makes it awfully difficult on the opposing hitters.
Billy Hamilton, a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. It's interesting this year. The Reds' very first hitter of the game. Most of the time that's Hamilton, but there have been other guys in there. The Reds have the best batting average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage of any team in the league out of the first batter of a game. Remember, the Reds went through that stretch early in the year, and it continues here. Look out. This could be 3. Hamilton on his way to second. This is going to be 3. You can just phone it in. No chance to throw him out there.
That right there is worth the price of admission.
I don't think he ever hit 5th gear when he lost that helmet. I think it downshifted.
I don't believe there's any downshift in Billy Hamilton, period. He was low flying.
You like that term, low flying?
I do. I mean, he sees it hit in the corner, and it's on.
Wow. That is moving. For Hamilton, triple number 9. Only Charlie Blackmon of Colorado, and that is a triples paradise. 2 parks really out there in that NL West. 3 of them. Petco, Coors Field, and San Francisco. So for Blackmon, what you're playing almost 100 games a year in just those 3 ballparks.
Yeah, I'd like to see Hamilton pull a shoot out of the back of his jersey rather than sliding when he gets a triple. I think that would be a lot cooler.
Would be cool.
You know, like those drag racers that pop that shootout when they get close to the finish line.
What were the 2 animals they had for a long time that were the names? The mongoose and the snake. Wasn't that it?
Big Daddy Don Garlett.
I knew you would know that. But what about the rivalry? The mongoose and the snake. Who was the snake? Do you remember?
I do not.
All right. I just remember that. I remember as a little kid having those cars. That was a big deal. And there's ball 4. Goes aboard. It was Tom the Mongoose McEwen and Don the Snake Prudhomme. I don't know.
Prudhomme.
Oh, Prudhomme. Okay. All right. Here we go. You know what's funny is you would think that those guys would be Southern boys. They were both Southern California drag racers. Wow. All right. Runners on the corners. And now Joey Votto. You talk about the IGS bringing the energy. He's bringing energy here. And that one whacked into right field. That'll bring in a run. Hamilton. It sends Cozart on to third, and the Reds are off and running here tonight. Look at the numbers for Votto in the first inning this year. He has 9 first-inning home runs, tied for second most in the league. That's his 29th first-inning RBI. So change 28 to 29. That's the most in baseball. And now the last 5 games in the first inning, 5 for 5, a double, 2 homers, go from 5 to 6 knocked in. Oh, and by the way, that's a hitting streak now at 12.
Now I'm going to take us back to last night's ball game where the first 3 batters got aboard. Votto had the 3-run homer. Let's don't let this guy off the hook so easy here tonight.
Runners on the corners for Duvall, none out. It's a good breaking ball right there.
Well, that is Chassin's bread and butter. He's got that slider working. He can be difficult. That's the first one we've seen that had any semblance of bite to it at all.
This guy's been around a long time, but he's still only 29 years old. Saw him for many, many, many years in Colorado. He's working the National League West Tour, if you will. Colorado from 09 through 2014. Parts of 2 years in Arizona.
That's some pretty good years in Colorado.
Yes, he did, especially pitching there. You know, you have ERAs as a starter in the 3.2s and the 3.6s and the 3.4s.
You've done rather well.
That's really
in Colorado.
He's one of the best starters they've ever had. I mean, for a 4 or 5 year time frame over the history of that franchise, there are not many of them. Bottom fell out of that. Now, Cowboy brought up those numbers earlier, but the old question, what have you done for me lately?
His last couple of ball games on the road have been good. The Reds are trying to put him back in that bottom category there.
Cozart ducks underneath that one.
Well, you can see where Chacín goes when trouble's a brewing. Straight to the slider.
The entire right side of the infield open with the first baseman Myers holding the runner on, and they're playing Duvall to pull. In the dirt, pitch gets away, and nobody advances. I mean, you understand Cozart, it's kind of hard to believe Votto did not advance there. Must not have had a good look at it. Two and two to Duvall. Strike three call. First out of the inning. Went with a fastball at 94 miles per hour on the outside edge.
Well, not only a fastball on the outside edge, but the ball started about 6 inches over in the left-handed hitter's batter's box and came right back to the outside corner. It was an awfully good pitch by Chacín.
Here's Scooter Gennett at 292. First time his batting average now is starting to dip below 300 all year long. It was in the mid 300s, which you knew he couldn't keep that up all year long. But so far, Scooter just 1 for 10 on this homestand. And since the Reds made him a regular player going back to the 19th of July, in 18 games, he's been a .250 batter. Not terrible. But we got spoiled. Good breaking ball, strike one.
Well, I go back to the numbers that Gennett has against left-handed pitching, and that's really been trouble for him throughout his career. He's a left-handed batter. You're facing left-handed starters when you're an everyday player. You don't get to pick and choose, and that has a tendency to skew the numbers a bit.
And there you see him. Cozart the runner at third. Votto one at first. One in, one out. Bottom fell out of that pitch. 1-2.
Looking fastball. You get the fastball, but it's a two-seamer. And instead of riding true to the plate, it's got some sink to it. Swing right over the top of it.
One and two the count on Scooter Gennett. And a tapper back to the mound. This will be a double play that will end the inning. So Votto not advancing on that ball on that pitch in the dirt turns out to be a pretty big play in this game. 1-0 Reds at the end of one. Device. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Visit MLB.tv for details. All those dark clouds and rain we had earlier this morning, early part of the afternoon, predicted to blow out of here, and that it continues to do. Expecting absolutely beautiful weather the rest of this entire week. Sunshine, temperatures in the very low 80s. Read an article today where most of the United States of America is going to have the coldest August that there has been in many, 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 many years. Just read that earlier today. And we're certainly feeling that in Cincinnati most of the day today. It was in the mid-60s. There's a liner into left on the first pitch of the inning by Solarte, and certainly Tim Adelman will take that hard hit ball, albeit. So now Will Myers. This is a one guy who is still a veteran presence, a guy who's been around a while and certainly had success in the major leagues. There aren't many of those players on this San Diego team, and yet Myers is still just 26 years old. Came to the big leagues 5 seasons ago, originally with Tampa Bay.
You know, Tommy, he was in a really rough slump for about 2.5 months. Supposedly he has made an adjustment to try to stay back longer. He doesn't stay back on the breaking ball there.
And I'll tell you what else he doesn't do is he doesn't phone it in on a routine ground ball to third. He's busting it up the line. Good play by Suarez.
Well, you were talking about contracts earlier. Will Myers is the one guy that is signed long term for this club. And when you have a guy that is signed long term, that's 26 years old, you want him running like that to first base. That sets an example for your entire club. And this is a boatload of youngsters on this Padre team.
So 2 down in the inning, and here is Renfroe. I mentioned this is a guy near and dear to your heart, Cowboy.
Well, he's a Mississippi State.
Well, did enough said. So did you watch him play college baseball?
Watched him play college baseball, watched him play high school baseball.
He's a native of Mississippi. Right? How do you pronounce that? Gallman, Mississippi?
Gallman.
Gallman. I knew I'd screw it up.
Crystal Springs, right in that same little area. He's what we like to refer to as country strong.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 25 years old. Makes his home now in Nashville, Tennessee. Real nice start here for Adam. An 8-pitch inning. He has fanned half of the 6 he's faced. 10th, that's this Thursday. Enjoy lunch and baseball in the ballpark for $20 with the Paycor Business Day special. You get a ticket, see the Reds and the Padres, and you get $10 in concession credits. Visit reds.com/skip-work. Some restrictions apply. That'll be the finale of this series and his homestand. Reds will be off to Milwaukee, Chicago, Atlanta starting this weekend. Here's Suarez. A Eugenio clubbing home run number 18 that came in the 8th inning yesterday. 54 batted in, a .257 batter. And a good on base percentage. Better than 100 points higher than his season batting average. Something you talked about yesterday, Cowboy, the maturing of Suarez, and he is still so young. We often forget that as you mentioned yesterday, starting to mix in a few more walks. Good eye at the plate. Suarez just turned 26 2 weeks ago. Straight up in the air. Margot underneath it, and that's out number 1. The Padres on defense, presented by Ford. Renfroe in right, Perella in left. Solarte, Coleman, Suaje, and Myers third, short, second, and first. Not many household names on this team. They had Eric Ibar as their regular shortstop. He's out for the year. Outside of Myers and him, who's no longer here, Ibar, I don't think even some pretty decent baseball fans are familiar with many of the names in this lineup.
A lot of youngsters. I think that's part of what manager Andy Green is, as you mentioned earlier, he's trying to find out. All right, who can play up here? Got the kid Dusty Coleman playing shortstop tonight. Suaje's over at second. He's played a little second and third. They've moved Solarte around. I think Solarte is going to be there for a while.
It's Mark McGwire, the bench coach to Andy Green down there with the Padres. McGwire earned his stripes as a hitting coach in the major leagues. And I would imagine by moving into a bench coach's role that he might have an eye on being a manager one day. Three balls and 2 strikes on Winker. 1 week ago tomorrow, Winker brought up to the big leagues, and he looks at strike 3 and he knew it. Second strikeout for Shashin. 2 away in the inning.
Backdoor slider, pitch we talked about early. 3 base runners in the first. He went to the slider, got himself out of the inning. Now he's working it with regularity.
So with Suarez and Winker retired, here's Tucker Barnhart, the number 8 hole hitter for the Reds at .262. Off the end of the bat, popped up in a short center, and coming in to get it is Margot, and that's all. The Reds retired in order quietly. 1-0 Cincinnati at the end of 2.
Red yonder Alonso, now a Seattle Mariner. Aaron Judge, been a struggle since the All-Star break, but becomes the 11th rookie in Major League Baseball history to reach 35 home runs. And Mike Trout, can't believe it, but he turns 26, 6+ seasons. His numbers off the charts. The best all-around player in the game, in my opinion. The baseball world mourning the passing of Don Baylor, who died today at the age of 68 after battling cancer. Played 19 years in the majors, 1979 American League MVP. And our condolences go out to his family and his fans. And Reds manager Brian Price has a history with Don Baylor. Back in 2005, after a couple managerial stints for Baylor, he was the hitting coach for Seattle, where Brian was coaching, and he said what a humble guy he was, never focused on his career, just focused on the game, and that was refreshing. He was a great guy to be around. And then Brian's face lit up, and this is going to date us a little bit, but you guys remember that game, Stratomatic?
Oh yeah.
As a kid, he remembers playing that game, and the 1973 card of Don Baylor was one of the best. He was an all-around player, and check out his 1973, and Brian remembers always wanting the Don Baylor card, playing Stratomatic. Great player.
Yeah, and a great guy is right. I mean, far more important than being a great player, as that's the first out here in the third. When Don Baylor was managing all those years in Denver with the Colorado Rockies, and you know, he'd have stops along the way, as you mentioned, one of them also with the Cubs for a little while as a coach, and a number of other teams. Just a really pleasant guy. For as big and strong he was a definition of a gentle giant, soft-spoken.
Yeah, we lost a couple of guys. Lost Darren Dalton yesterday as well. It's not fun when you've got guys you played with or coached you. Both great guys. Dalton was some kind of tough out now. I didn't ever face Baylor, but I faced Dalton.
Well, tough guy.
Tough guy.
And all the way around.
Tough guy on the field, a sweetheart off the field. Always talking, always had something to say.
Number 8 hitter is Dusty Coleman, the San Diego shortstop. Tries to bunt his way on and taps it right back to the pitcher. So a pair of easy ones for Adelman. And he's retired the first 8 Padres with a pitcher coming up. I mean, we've seen Adelman have these kind of games, whether it was a couple of months last year before he got hurt, his first month and a half this year before falling on hard times. I mean, this guy's not just some stiff, and there are those guys out there. I mean, it is what it is. But Adelman is more than capable of maybe this kind of role, a spot for you from time to time. And, you know, maybe he becomes eventually a long man out of your bullpen that you can really count on being there if you need him.
Well, I think he's got pitchability. The key for Adelman is being able to locate that fastball down in the strike zone. There are times where we've seen him take the mound in a starting role, and it seemed like every fastball that he threw was up above the kneecaps. That's hard to do in a starting role.
Well, he's retired the first 9 of the game. He's had back-to-back 8-pitch innings. How about that? Reds lead by a run.
Anthony Rizzo and the world champion Chicago Cubs at Great American Ballpark. Don't miss this Central Division matchup. For tickets for August 22nd through the 24th, visit Reds.com.
Reds coming to bat here in the last of the third, holding a 1-0 lead. Shaheen looked to be on the ropes. I mean, not quite to the extent of Adam Wainwright yesterday, when after 3 batters, the Reds had a 3-0 lead, and the next 3 batters loaded them up. The Reds would fail at that point to score again. Now, Wainwright only navigated through 3 innings with the pitch count being so high. You may remember he threw nearly, 50 in the first inning. But Shaheen had a run in, runners at first and third, and nobody out. And the Reds did not score again. The pitcher Adelman to start things in the third. Ball 1. The Padres played a lengthy game to wrap up the series, a losing series for them in Pittsburgh over the weekend. I mean, it was a long, couple of days there in Pittsburgh. They had a 2.5-hour rain delay before they played on Friday night. That game did not get over until midnight. Didn't start until after 9. And then they played 12 innings yesterday in a loss. Now, they did get in at a relatively decent time last night and didn't have to play until today with a short flight from Pittsburgh over to Cincinnati. Easy in center for Margot. 1 out. It's funny, I was thinking being in San Diego a couple of weeks ago. This is a very important time right now for these Padres to get things going in the right direction. They have a beautiful new ballpark. They had the All-Star game a year ago. But now they are the only game in town. They don't have an NBA team. They don't have an NHL team. And now the Chargers have moved north to Los Angeles. So no more NFL team. It's just so interesting when you stop and think about the evolution of cities and our perception of cities compared to maybe what reality is, as far as a business city or a sports town, whatever it might be. And you use 2 of the cities in California. If you were looking to start a franchise in any major professional sport, you would not put a team in Oakland, California. It wouldn't happen. And in fact, now they're going to be, after this year, just down to the baseball team. The Warriors are moving downtown into San Francisco, and the Raiders are moving to Vegas. When you think of California next to Los Angeles and maybe downtown San Francisco, the city that most people feel like they'd love to hang out and live in would be San Diego, right? And yet, they have had a terrible time, whether it's drawing in attendance in baseball, having competitive teams in baseball, the whole situation with the stadium that they couldn't get for the Chargers, and all that kind of thing. And you can say, well, the taxpayers don't want to vote for it, and that's perfectly understandable. But a lot of times that's where your business community kind of steps in and tries to make something happen. But I just find San Diego, the perception of what we all have of San Diego, maybe it's just a great tourist place, and if you have a lot of money, a great place to live near the beach. And maybe nothing more, nothing less. Swinging a foul ball out of play. As I can tell you, that community is just devastated losing that NFL team. They love the San Diego Chargers. But heck, they were still playing in that place, Jack Murphy Stadium.
That's where I used to play baseball.
Foul tipped in and out of the middle of the catcher. Still 2-2 on Billy, who had a triple lead off the game.
the second time through the lineup for the Reds, they're going to see a lot more breaking balls, as Hamilton is seeing here. I go back to that RBI single by Votto. From that point on, Chacin has thrown a boatload of breaking balls.
And here's Billy again off to the races. No, he's not. We'll have to turn around and come back.
That was a slider there, and Hamilton almost dropped it on the line. Check this one out.
Ninth pitch of this at bat. Chacin to Hamilton. And this time a liner into the first baseman, Will Myers, met for out number 2, and Cozart coming in. That's a great seat right there. I've sat out there for a handful of games, and that is a sweet place to watch a game. Right over the wall to the right. Of course, that's a short porch out there, and I mean, you're right on it. Cozart walked his first time up, stranded at third, and 0-2 here. Zach just off the disabled list yesterday. You heard his comments, if you were with us during the game, that he'd have to really watch himself and, you know, force himself occasionally, put on the brakes to not overextend that right quad.
Seemed like he was running good first to third earlier.
He's running well enough here to get an infield hit. Where you might see the difference with Cozart on routine ground balls to the infield. That was not a routine ground ball, obviously. You know, you might not see him busting it all the way up the line. And another area is if Votto were to hit one down the right field line or find a gap here,
you just can't score him from first base.
Right.
You've got to be able to pull up at third, and you've got to hope that Adam Duvall can drive him in. Because he's not going to take any plays off on defense. It's just instinctive.
And look, he's a kind of player with his reputation as a leader, as a player, as a competitor, that if he took plays off from time to time, meaning a routine ground ball to the second baseman, and look, inevitably it's going to happen, happens to everybody. You know, when you start jogging up there, sooner or later somebody's going to kick one, and then they're going to pick it up and throw you out, and everybody's going to say, oh, why ain't he bust? Well, he's earned the leash.
Well, as you and I were talking about yesterday, I would rather have 85% of Cozart than no Cozart, because I know what kind of ground he can cover at shortstop. And it's just instinctive the way he moves before the ball. It seems like he moves before the ball even makes contact, reading the pitcher, reading the swings, the studying of the hitters. Puts himself in a pretty good spot to make some outstanding plays.
The Reds have to make a decision on Cozart, and we still have 2 months to talk about that. And the Reds have a couple of months to think about it. They've already been thinking about it, but you know, you just wonder, with an injury plague sort of year this year, even though it's been his best year, he's been on the DL a couple of times now, and plus his age and his dollar amount. That ball is smoked into left center field by Votto, and that ball is out of here. 2-run big fly. That is number 30 for Joey Votto.
you just got to shake your head. He raked one down the right field line earlier, and this one he drives the other way. Out.
And that home run makes him Great American Ballpark's all-time home run leader, number 136. It's a 251st of his career, which ties him in the top.
Tied with Big Clue, right?
Tied with Kluszewski in the top 5 all-time in a Reds uniform. For Votto, we talked about it yesterday. He's never had a 40 home run season. That's going to change, it looks like, this year. It's the second time he's had a 30 home run season, the other being in his MVP year of 2010. What a year he's having. Holy Moses. So 2-out action for the Reds after the infield hit by Cozart. Votto plays long ball to make it a 3-0 game.
Here's the difference between playing in San Diego and playing here.
Yeah.
That ball probably hits the wall or short hops the wall.
Maybe.
So you have runners at second and third base, and now you've got a chance to get out of the inning if you could get Adam Duvall, who he struck out in his first at bat. But instead, it's 3-zip.
That's strike 3 to Adam, and that will end the inning. So you're right, 3-0 instead of 1-0. Votto, this ball crushed. 3-0 Redlegs, end of 3.
Inside the mind, ask the players, describe Votto in one word.
I would say GOAT, greatest of all time. I feel like he's one of those guys. I feel like he's one of those guys that they say is a GOAT.
Oh, he's super funny. He's definitely a lot more animated, or when he's interacting with his teammates.
Intelligent.
Gamer.
Canadian.
Intellectual.
I think he's awesome. I think he's funny. I know that's 2 words. I really enjoy being around Joey, so I would just say fun.
There you go. A mixed bag there. But he does have an underrated sense of humor, I will tell you that.
Well, I mean, Jim, you know, we've talked about it so many times through the years, whether it was, you know, really the two staples of this franchise for so many years until this offseason with the relationship you've had with first Brandon Phillips and certainly now with Joey Votto, that, you know, we should have probably asked you that question. So how would you, one word, Jim, for your friend Joey Votto, would you use? That ball shot into right center field off the bat of Margot, and that's the first base runner of the game. He's coming to third. Here comes a throw by Jeanette, and he is out at third. You start running on Jeanette, you're in big trouble because he can and has delivered the goods so many times this year.
I can't believe he tried to take 3. He was rolling into second, and Winker had the baseball. Now, I know Margot is fast, but he's not Billy Hamilton fast.
Well, the Reds have just been so good in that area all year long, whether it's Hamilton and Duvall themselves, double digits in regard to outfield assist, or whether it's making sure as an outfielder you're hitting the relay man. And then Jeanette has made so many terrific throws from the second base position, whether it's to the plate or to third, executed beautifully. And now another liner. And Winker got caught in the middle. Now this runner, Aswahe, will stop at second with a double. Well, you live and learn. You get caught right in the middle.
That's the problem. Once you make that break towards the ball, you have to do whatever it takes to keep it in front.
All right, so now Pirela, who struck out swinging his first time up, back-to-back doubles to begin this Padres fourth inning. I want to get back to that real quick. Jim Day, if we sat you down and asked you one word to describe your friend Joey Votto, what one word would that be?
Rake.
It's a good one.
He can flat out rake. Does whatever he wants. Hits for power. Draws walks, singles, doubles. Just rakes.
Nothing at 2 on Pirela. Cowboys, a former player who now watches Votto. One word comes to mind for you.
Hitter.
Hitter.
He's a hitter, man.
Oh, a 2 on Jose Pirela.
I mean, let's think about this. We've got Mark McGwire over in the third base dugout. He hit tons of home runs. Now, granted, Barry Bonds choked up to hit a lot of home runs. But other than that, who else besides Votto chokes up the way he does and still hits the ball out of the ballpark the other way? I mean, he didn't pull that ball. He hit it out of left center.
This ball is clobbered into left field on an 0-2 pitch. That was on your checklist before the game tonight. Is execute on 2 strike pitches. They have hurt Adelman frequently this year, and they hurt him here. It's a 1-run game.
Breaking ball up. Watch the catcher's mitt. Instead of sitting outside, it moves back towards the middle of the plate on a 2-strike pitch. That is death.
So double, runner cut down, trying to turn it into a triple to begin the inning. Double, home run after Adelman had retired the first 9 batters of the night. And now a single.
Now we're starting to see the fastball elevate a bit. The breaking ball is creeping back over the plate. It's all about execution and location. It's not velocity. We're still seeing the same velocity that we saw from pitch number 1. The breaking ball still has break. It's where you put it.
Will Myers bounced out to third. Just did come up short, hustling up the line behind the throw of Suarez. Ball 1 high. Let's see if Adelman can stop the bleeding. It's not a full hemorrhage yet, but it is 4 straight hits. And he is quite fortunate that the Winker to Jeanette to Suarez relay throw was right on the money, or this is a tie game right now. He has a 1-run lead. 2-0. Solarte not a big stolen base threat. He has a couple, his only 2 attempts.
Big hole on the right side of the infield, and Myers can hit the ball that way.
Three balls and no strikes on Will Myers, and here comes a pitch, and he swings away at a 3-0 fastball, and he's tardy on it. Looks like Myers a little upset with himself for missing that pitch.
Well, he's trying to let the ball get deeper and trying to drive the ball to right center. He got around that first pitch, the breaking ball that he hit to Suarez his first time up.
Well, he's still upset. Back-to-back fastballs that he's missed. I mean, that's center cut right there. Look at the location of that pitch. That's right down the middle. See if the runner Solarte starts on a 3-2 pitch with nobody out. He does. Breaking ball, strike 3. And the runner is safe at second base. Well, Will Myers has just got to be furious, and he's talking to himself. I'm not sure he's not screaming at himself when he first started going back to the dugout. And there he'll go down and probably be needing another bat by the time he's finished with that one somewhere downstairs. In all fairness, though, to Myers, looking at strike 3 is something that he has done more than any batter in the National League this year. That is the 44th time this season that Will Myers has looked at strike 3.
That would be guessing wrong a lot.
Now Renfroe with 2 away in the inning. That one right off the mask of Tucker Barnhart.
Well, if Adelman can get this out here, it'd be a nice recovery.
And the inning began with a double. Runner trying to turn it into a triple was thrown out, then a double, then a 2-run home run, then a single. But a big strikeout of Myers after falling behind, 3 balls and no strikes on him. Came back with 3 straight strikes, actually 4 of them, because one he fouled away a couple of them. Well, now Mac Jenkins will jog out after some uncertainty between Adelman and Barnhart.
Well, there were 2 consecutive pitches that Adelman stepped off the back of the rubber and asked Barnhart to run through the signs again. You do it once, okay, no big deal. If you do it for a second time, may need to have a little meeting here. Now, if you do it now, after everybody's come out to the mound, then we got a little problem.
One ball and 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes on Hunter Renfroe. That time it got the umpire. That's Mike Everett. And Tucker's going to do him a favor and give him a minute. He took that one flush.
Oh, right off the right bicep.
You know, a buddy of ours who works up here in the booth sometimes, Ron, most of the time he's working next door. And he was watching a game we were doing, Cowboy, a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, we got to talking about an umpire getting hit. Remember those big, huge chest protectors they used to hold out there in front of them? It almost makes you wonder why they've given that up. That wouldn't have happened right there with one of those. In fact, there are a lot of them that wouldn't happen if they still had some of those. I'm sure they're cumbersome, but, you know, they're not exactly light. I mean, they're not heavy, but they're not exactly light to hang on to them. And that's what you have to do is stick an arm through them and hold it with your hand the entire game. But there's got to be something that's a little more protective of the arms, the forearms of these umpires. 3-2 on Renfroe.
Well, ever since that meeting on the mound, Renfroe has seen nothing but fastballs. Will he see another here? 3-2. It's a whole lot of heaters.
Threw him a 3-2 breaking ball, and that's ball 4. Coming up later on, as we always do, we'll have our Miller Time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. So stick around for that. These guys continue to clear out, setting the stage for a beautiful night. Temperatures expected in the 50s tonight.
What?
Yeah, high 50s. Breaking ball in there, a strike. That's good sleeping weather there. It's my grandfather down south used to tell me. Let's open up the windows. It's good sleeping weather. You gonna open up the windows tonight, Cowboy?
Not happening. I'm not a big mosquito guy.
Well, I mean, you have screens, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to get through the screen.
I'm big on air conditioning.
One ball and 1 strike the count. Breaking ball in the dirt. Now, you know, we talked a little bit about that blackout shade that you have inside of the curtains.
Correct.
Right. Now, do you have that on your home here in Cincinnati too, and not just in Mississippi?
Oh, I definitely have it on the one here in Cincinnati.
So both of them.
Yeah. You close the door, you're going to trip over something. You can't see nothing. Matter of fact, you could leave a steak out. It's so cold in there, and you could eat it in the middle of the night.
Three and one on Austin Hedges. Straight up in the air, down the right field line, and playable for Winker, crossing into foul territory, and that'll end the inning. So it took a while, but the bottom line is he got out of it protecting a one-run lead. Perilla plays long ball. 3-2 Reds.
Former Midland Redskin is Scooter Gennett. And look what Show Bats did. They donated some bats to the Midland team, and you can see that they are personally inscribed. There they are, hold them. And they took those bad boys out to New Mexico, and lo and behold, they won the Connie Mack World Series over the weekend. And they hadn't won it since 2011. So a 4 home run game from those Show Bats, and now a Connie Mack World Series championship. Congratulations to the Gennettes for donating those to the Redskins.
Yes, indeed. And that is so many championships won by Midland. You mentioned their first since 2011, but make no mistake about it, there is no other team in the country from any area of the country that has won as many Connie Mack World Series as our very own Midland Redskins. And I recall well, now inside the Reds organization, Billy Doran, he was a great player at Mount Healthy. Rich Dotson was a #1 pick out of Anderson High School. You may remember him. He started an all-star game one year for the American League. He was on that team. Gennett hooks that one to the right side. They had Scott Moneyhoff, who was a top 5 pick in the country by Philadelphia as a pitcher. Well, it's been a powerhouse team, all started by Joe Hayden. He was a man who started that Midland insurance company, but poured so many millions and millions of dollars through the years into Midland baseball. What a facility they have. And just extraordinary how great that team has been, going way, way back. Won it in 2010, 2007, 2004, 1998, 1992, 1989, 1968, 2009, 1997, 91, 85. I mean, on and on and on. All those years they have been Connie Mack champions in Farmington, New Mexico.
There's no better experience for playing baseball later on in life, whether it's college or into the professional ranks, than being able to play under that kind of pressure at a young age.
Reds with a 3-2 lead, batting in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 out. Suarez, a batter, and fouled a hanging breaking ball straight back. 3-2. And there's ball 4 to Suarez, and he takes a walk. That's the second of the game issued by Shashin. See, the big fellow's a little upset with himself missing on that pitch.
And he tried to run a fastball to the inside corner on Suarez. He started it on the inside corner. The ball tailed off up and in.
Winker struck out looking his first time up.
Struck out on that backdoor breaking ball, and Chassin tries to start him with an off-speed pitch, starting it right on the outside corner and tailing it away from Winker, maybe thinking, all right, Winker's going to look out there for that backdoor breaking ball. Let's see if I can get him to fish on a pitch that's close to that speed.
There it goes. And they go to second. They get the out there and nobody covering first.
Reds may look at that. I don't think it's going to help them. Back-to-back changeups. The second one starts middle in, and it creates a swing from Jesse Winker.
Number 8 batter Tucker Barnard, who popped up to the shortstop. Coleman settles in with Winker at first and 2 outs.
It's a pretty good play by Will Myers right there. A lot of first basemen in this game that would have looked at, with that play being as close as it was, you had to have a perfect throw, and it was a sidearm throw at that, and it had to be right on the money. But if you remember, Will Myers used to play on the other side of the infield. Pretty good arm and accurate as well. No easy play here. Myers is moving to his right. You see the turn, and he throws a BB. If you're not sure about your arm or your ability to move your feet, you just turn around and flip that ball to first base.
Good play by Shashin, and the inning is over. 1 walk, 1 left. We go to the 5th in a 1-run Cincinnati lead. Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by Cincinnati Children's, changing the outcome together. And by your local Ford dealer, Ford. Go further. Always send a special hello to those watching over at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Hope you've had a great day today. Pray for an even better one tomorrow. Well, you know, on a sad note, we got some very sad news earlier today. There's a fellow that's worked around here for the better part of 30 years, whether it was in a scoreboard or different points around the stadium. Rod Breslin, who, to make a few extra bucks, was also working over in TSA at the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. Always a smile, great mood, and unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack, we just learned. And boy, Rod, you will indeed be missed. Our thoughts and prayers to your family, your friends. So many of us will miss seeing your face here at the ballpark or out at the airport or anywhere else. Man, too soon. But he's smiling upstairs right now.
Amen, brother.
Big happy birthday, 91st today, to Pete Wiedemann. All right, Pete, 91st birthday. Reds got to get you a win tonight, my man. Wiedemann. Now, turn back the clock a little bit, Cowboy. You weren't around in those days. You wouldn't have knocked down a cold Wiedemann in the old days.
What's that?
It's a beer.
Oh, well,
one of Cincinnati's very own. I mean, you know, there are a lot of guys watching the tube right now shaking their head saying, you better believe it, Thomas. We were knocking down those Wiedemanns. As there's a liner and a diving attempt by Hamilton. He won't get it. And into second base with a double goes Dusty Coleman. Had that red and white writing on there at brown bottle. Wiedemann. They're still alive and kicking, Wiedemann. They've kind of been reborn again over across the river. Going all the way back to 1870 out of Newport, KY. Nice. Ball one to the pitcher, Shashin, who will be asked to bunt. He has 4 of them so far this year. Quick throw down to second base, and the runner saw it coming all the way.
Well, if you're Tim Adelman here, you've got to make Chassin bunt the baseball. They're going to give you an out, take an out. Yeah, you got a runner at second, and it's the tying run, but an out is an out. Key here for Adelman is, as he delivers a strike to the plate, is to get off the mound in a hurry. That way you may have a play at third base.
Two balls and a strike on Shashin. And you can't do it any better than that. Perfect and right. High bounce. So he gets a sacrifice, advancing the tying run to third, and back to the top of the order in Margot we go.
Normally you want to bunt this ball hard at the third baseman and make Suarez come get it, but when you can deaden it like that, it really doesn't matter.
Pitch in the dirt. Infield drawn in now for the Reds. Margot is flying to center and doubled to right center field. Was thrown out trying to turn that double into a 3-base hit. Roll it to the shortstop, Cozart. And the throw is out of the plate. What a play by Cozart and by the catcher, Barnhart. Able to get the tag on the runner who did not slide for the second out of the inning.
As I said last night, I said it again tonight, and I'll say it again. I'll take 85% of Cozart all day, every day, because of that right there. And you're right, Tom. That's a great play on both ends of the spectrum with Barnhart with a nice catch and a lunge back tag.
So 2 away in the inning. Runner at first base. Reds still maintain the 1-run advantage. Aswahe, the batter, who was struck out, doubled to right center and scored a run.
Did you see the footwork by Cozart there? He's going back towards second base. He's got to kick his feet back into position and then drop his arm and throw a strike to the plate. Going left, throwing back right. In a hurry. The ball's not hit very hard. It's actually hit off the end of the bat. Almost as though he was turning a double play the way he got rid of that baseball. Right on the money.
Yes, it was. He knew he had to throw it to the inside part of the bag. Of the plate rather than the bag.
Well, if you pull that throw up the first baseline any at all, you've got no play.
Sure. Oh, and 1 on Aswahe. They pitch out. Margot has 11 steals. He has been thrown out, however, 6 times. Breaking ball and a good one to get ahead 1-2.
The Reds have not seen a lot of Carlos Aswahe. But after watching that double that he stroked into the right center field gap, you have a feeling that the Reds are going to try to stay away here, especially the way he's taken pitches on the outside corner. Up, they're going in. Don't miss.
Yep. Hooks it into right field, a base hit. Throw coming into third will be cut off. All right, now, Cowboy, let's go inside the game of baseball.
Yes.
Okay, let's go inside. I don't care about seeing a replay of this, any of the other thing. I want you to walk me through, because so many people feel like, and maybe that's what Brian Price is saying, so many people feel like there are so many of the little subtle things that are getting lost in the game of baseball today. Brian Price comes out of the dugout. And he's going to go to his bullpen.
Right now.
Wow. Adelman an out away from being able to qualify for a win. And yet it's going to be Blake Wood who comes on from the bullpen. But this will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. I'm going to get to the break quick so you can answer the question I'm getting ready to ask. We're back in a moment. lead by a run. You were able to sit up here and realize what this batter at the plate, after only a couple of at-bats, is looking for that ball in the inside part of the plate, and you probably ought to go after him outside. Why did they come in?
What I'm looking for is aggressive hand movement from Asuaje, and that's what we saw in his first at-bat. That's what we saw when he hit the double. His hands are moving forward. When he takes a pitch, his hands are already close to the strike zone. The reason that you're coming in there in Tucker Barnhart's mind is get the ball in off the plate, and then you can go back to the outside corner and paralyze him for strike 3. But if you don't get to the next pitch, this is what you have.
All right, so now it's going to be Blake Wood to try and get the final out of this inning.
Control and execution, not velocity and how hard you can throw it. If you're in the big leagues, you're already pretty good. You got a pretty good fastball. The radar gun will tell you, okay, you throw 90 to 92. Why would you try to throw at 105?
Now, we saw Blake Wood a couple of days ago, and it might have been as good an outing as he's had all year long. He went 2 innings. He fanned 4. He walked 1, didn't allow a hit, didn't allow a run. So Adelman within 1 out of qualifying at least for a chance to win a game. And he gets a hook from his manager, Brian Price.
Well, this is the time in the ball game when you come out of the bullpen, outs matter. If it's a 5-2 game and you strike out every batter you face, well, you're losing. Right now, this matters. You strike out a guy right here, you're a hero. Just get him out.
Well, that's a pretty nasty pitch right there now. A lot of movement on that. And Perella, who hit a 2-run home run his last time up, comes up empty. All right, 1-2 on Perella. And a bouncing ball. How about Blake Wood? Picking and grinning.
There's your hero. Nice job.
Well, coming up Wednesday on Reds Weekly, how Bronson Arroyo still helps out his team. Scooter Jeanette's t-shirt deliveries to his teammate. And the #1 reason David Letterman was at the Reds game. Find out with his new buddy, Jim Day. Reds Weekly with our good buddies Jeff Pecoro and Doug Flynn. Coming up Wednesday at 6 on Fox Sports Ohio and streaming on Fox Sports Go. Well, Blake Wood did his job, Cowboy. Came in to face one batter and got him out. And he'll be taken down for a pinch hitter, Jose Peraza.
Yeah, in that situation with first and third and 2 outs, it doesn't matter how you get the hitter out, just get him out. But the key in that at bat was that nasty slider that you were talking about to get to the second strike. It took a little bit of the aggressiveness away from the 3-hole hitter Jose Perea.
Breaking ball away from Shashin, who has given up 3 runs on just 4 base hits, and Votto has 2 of the hits and all 3 of the RBIs. RBI single to first and a 2-run big fly to left center in the third.
Well, you could really get some speed aboard if you could get Peraza and Hamilton on base in front of Cozart and Votto.
Jam shot roller down to Will Myers, and that's an easy out. Billy had a triple down the right field line leading off the first inning and scored the first run of the game on a single by Votto, and then he just missed hitting another ball down the right field line before eventually lining out to the first baseman Myers in the third. As good as Hamilton has been, and he's been significantly better over this second half of the season. And you may remember last year he had that one stretch where he really turned it up in the second half before an injury would all but end his season the first week of September. But you ask yourself again going into the offseason about Billy Hamilton. We've talked about so many other players. He has 44 stolen bases. He's gotten better as the season has gone on. But much has been made of on-base percentage of a leadoff hitter, rightfully so. How often is he getting on base to utilize that speed? His on-base percentage is exactly .301. And Hamilton's starting to get into the area now where arbitration. This guy stands to make some money now. For the first time really in his career. The Reds have a lot of very important decisions to make at the end of the year. That one fouled off.
But I'll go back to this because I looked at the numbers when we were in Miami. D. Gordon, long-term contract, hits for average. He's got a pretty good on-base percentage. He and Hamilton have about the same amount. I think Billy's got a couple more runs scored. And that's really what I'm looking for out of my leadoff guy. I want him to score when he gets on base. And for Hamilton, for the most part, whether it's stealing bases, whether it's Joey Votto hitting behind him, ultimately he gets to the plate when he gets on. Now, will that on-base percentage get bigger or get better as time goes on? Only time will tell.
2 away in the inning. Of course, you have to factor in other things as well. I mean, would you bring in another player who would be more apt to be your leadoff guy and bat him at a different spot in the order? What's his defense mean to you? I mean, he's as good as anybody as the Reds have had in forever playing center field on a regular basis, right?
Well, he's better in center field than probably 99% of the other center fielders out there.
Sure. So there are a lot of things that come into play, not just looking at Billy Hamilton's on-base percentage. But that's why they pay guys like Dick Williams and through the last number of years Walt Jocketty the big bucks, and I mean the big bucks, to have help along the way in in their decision-making process. You know, you look at Dick Williams and some of the lieutenants that he has surrounded himself with since taking over this job. Nick Kroll and Sam Grossman. Cam Boniface still around from the old regime. Jay Harrison. Jeff Graupe. Jeff Schugel. Eric Lee. So those are all the guys that are going to be having to sit around a table and talk about all kinds of things moving forward. And the inning is over. Ohio with Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. And don't forget tomorrow, game 2 of this series. Reds and the Padres. Luis Perdomo against Sal Romano. How about that matchup? A lot of vowels in there, Cowboy.
Couple of hard throwers.
6:30. It'll be Brian Giesenslaw, Jeff Pecoro, Jim Day, and Jeff Brentley with a pregame show, Reds Live, and then our game coverage gets underway starting at 7 o'clock. I want to send out a big hello to a big Reds fan watching tonight down in Nashville, Tennessee. Husband and wife, Dave and Shelley Kershaw, big Reds fans for a long time. They live in the same neighborhood down there as Zach Kozar. All right, Michael Lorenzen takes over on the mound with the Reds leading the Padres here in the top of the 6th inning, 3-2. Solarte waiting, and a fastball at the knees, and there's a strike.
I mentioned earlier, watch the mitt of Barnhart. If it stays down, pitch is good. If he has to raise it up, not so much. He's probably not going to catch it.
Bouncing ball be handled to the right of Jeanette, and gone is Solarte to open the San Diego 6th. The Red hits a home run during our game tonight off that Toyota sign out by the power stacks in right center. David Johnson from Hamilton, Ohio, would win the new Tundra. Beautiful truck from Toyota, and you can register for your chance to win it. Stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer.
I think a big key for young pitchers, it's not just throwing to the mitt, but it's the line that is created by the shin guard knees. You can see those every time. You look in for the sign where those knees are sitting. That's your aiming point right there. If your catcher is constantly, whether you're throwing on the side or throwing in the ball game, if he's constantly having to raise his mitt or reach back another way, you're not doing your job.
Had to reach back for that one and got away with a strike.
Backup breaking ball. That's tough for a hitter, because Will Myers sees the spin. He's expecting it to go away from him, and it comes back towards him. That's a paralyzer.
Bottom fell out of that one, and that takes care of Myers.
When you stay down in the zone, it's awfully difficult for the hitter to decipher whether it's slider, changeup, split finger, fastball. You start to elevate, they recognize immediately. You stay down, they don't quite recognize it, and you get ugly swings as we saw there. Now that pitch was not right on the outside corner where Barnhart sat, but it was a good miss. It was down. It's just tough to judge the speed of the pitch. You throw back-to-back pitches that are up just above the knees. The hitter can decipher it. He can gauge the speed. When they're down right at the knees or just a bit below, well, it's really tough to tell what kind of velocity or spin on the pitch.
You know, recently out of the bullpen, and Lorenzen has been knocked around a couple of times here recently. That's going to happen to everybody, getting points of the year where, you know, like an offensive player, you'll get in slumps or get in a rut. But it seems like we're seeing a lot more of his off-speed stuff starting to come to the forefront more and more, as it really did in this inning.
That's one of his better innings in quite some time.
Yeah.
Every pitch knee high.
That's a really good inning. Lottery postgame concert series wraps up with the Avett Brothers. See the Grammy Award nominated band perform live in the ballpark. And I want to tell you, it's going to be a big night. That was a great concert the other night with Flo Rida. But August 26th is a date for the Avett Brothers. Somebody gave me the pronunciation, because some people have said Abbott, okay, so Avett, right? I didn't need somebody to phonetically give me brothers. B-R-U-H, brothers, T-H-E-R-S, brothers. All right, the Avett Brothers. That's good stuff. Here's Votto.
Somebody's trying to yank your
I mean, like rats running from a sinking ship. Everybody that it could have been, they're all shaking their head. Wasn't me. 2-1 to Votto's had a huge night tonight. But of course, there have been a lot of those lately. He's driven in 9 of the 11 runs the Reds have scored on this homestand. Billy drove in 1 on Friday night, and Suarez hit that solo home run in the 8th inning yesterday. But Votto all 3 tonight. And this one looped foul and out of play. Checking his bat. And a single to right field to knock in a run in the first. And choked up on that bat, as we see him do so frequently. And he hammered one to the seats in left center field. A 2-run home run his last time up. Now he'll draw a walk. That on base percentage during this 12-game hitting streak has got to be closing in on 700 by now. I mean, that might be a bit of a stretch. It was 620 something the other day, but every time he turned around, he's getting on base. 3rd walk of the night by Shashin.
Now 18 for 35 in this 12-game hitting streak, with now 12 walks, and he's been hit by a pitch a couple of times. He's been on base 32 times in 11, now 12 games. Yeah. Hitter.
Yeah, that was your word to describe Joey Votto. We asked Jim Day, and he just used the word raked. It is .653, his on-base percentage during this hit streak. So I said closing in on 700. Well, it's up 25 points from the last time we checked. And his ball is hammered straight away center. Bye-bye.
Right over the starfire sign, right on top of the Reds. As you would like to say, that ball was kissed.
Yes, it was kissed.
A lot of breaking balls to Adam Duvall tonight. This one is a cement mixer. Right out over the plate. And for Duvall, those go a long way.
It's interesting to note. I mean, this is a really interesting note by our statistician, Joe Lucca. And for those of you that have followed Reds baseball for a long time, I think you'll find this pretty interesting. Tonight is Duvall's 285th game as a Red. Okay, that was his 135th extra base hit. No Red has had that many extra base hits in that few number of games than Duvall. The next closest was the great Vada Pinson, but before he got to the same number where Duvall is in terms of extra base hits, Duvall would have to play another 11 games. That's pretty amazing.
And Vada was a stud.
Oh boy, was he ever. But Duvall, 63 home runs, 63 doubles, and 9 triples. What a trade that has turned out to be in the grand scheme of things. I mean, If this guy stays around here for a while and he keeps putting up 30 homer, 100 RBI seasons, the Reds gave up Mike Leake to get him. And Leake was only with the Giants for 2.5 months. Then he went to the Cardinals.
The key for Duvall has been his ability to continue to adjust as pitchers adjust to him. And when you hit balls like that, they're going to continue to try to find a hole here or there. But when you miss with a breaking ball like that, he's there to call you on the phone. And that would be 8 for long distance.
Start with that Mississippi area code.
That would look like it was headed to Mississippi.
Does Mississippi, the entire state, have one area code? I'm not being facetious.
They used to, not anymore.
Not anymore. Growing, getting bigger. Because there's some states that do have one. Strike 3 called on Jeanette. Mississippi has 4. I mean, I feel like a dope even asking that question now.
Well, that's all right. There are a lot of folks that still think that if you live in Mississippi, you walk around barefoot.
Now stop. You know I didn't mean it that way at all.
No, but I'm just saying that's just kind of the perception.
I mean, you've got 2 of them, you know.
We drive cars down there now. Do you know that?
You mean no more horse and buggy down there? I mean, you got 3 of them actually south of Jackson. There's one that has the entire upper half of the state, and then 3 for the lower half.
The upper part of the state is 662.
That would be correct. I tell you learn something new every day. Every single day. See, now, like, you know, I was in Montana not too long ago, right? So Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, all those states have one area code. 3-1 on Suarez. Shashin, more than likely his final inning after giving up that 2-run home run. His spot is due up 3rd in the 7th. Well, that's a pretty nice pitch right there. 3-1 hook. Popped up to the first baseman Myers for the 2nd out. This is a guy I'm surprised it didn't get watching Shashin. I'm really surprised this guy didn't get moved to the deadline. This guy could help somebody now. Somebody to hunt.
And there's still probably a chance he could get moved after clearing waivers. But the thing for Shashin is he was so good at Petco and so bad on the road. And it's only been the last couple of starts where things have really started to fall into place.
Winker straight up in the air. And Hedges has it to end the inning. But big tack-on runs here in the inning. A walk to Votto and a 2-run big fly from Duvall. flexing their muscles here tonight. 2-run home run. Or a single by Votto started things in the first. They get a 2-run home run by Votto. Padres got within a run on Perella's 2-run home run in the fourth. And then Duvall in the just completed sixth, a 2-run home run. So 3 2-run homers tonight, 2 by the Reds, and they lead by 3. As San Diego bats in his 7th, and Lorenzen out for his 2nd inning of work. Now Lorenzen has a ladder third in the batting order here. He's got 7, 8, and then a pinch hitter.
And you don't want to walk any of these guys. Not with a 5-2 lead.
Well, he gives up a base hit on a 2-0 pitch to Hedges, and that's the way it starts for San Diego here in the 7th. Action in the Reds bullpen. Just in case there's any trouble here for Wandy Peralta. I mean, make no mistake, I think the Reds would love to get through this 7th inning with Lorenzen, bring Peralta on in the 8th, and then Iglesias in the 9th. But we'll see if it plays out that way. A single starts this inning for the Pods. Strike 1 to Coleman.
Looks like Corey Spangenberg has moved out into the on deck circle, and he is a left-handed batter.
Really, righties lefties have made no difference against Lorenzen this season. In fact, against left-handed batters, opponents are hitting .240 against Lorenzen. That ball is pulled foul. Right-handed batters are hitting .242. He's allowed 2 home runs to the righties. He has allowed 4 home runs to the lefties.
Now you roll up a double play ball here, you don't have to worry about that home run ball so much.
And strike 3 called. Second strikeout for Michael.
Curveball up, but it catches the outside part of the plate.
And whenever a pinch hitter is announced, that is automatic that a pitching coach will come walking out of the door to make sure that you know the scouting report on the batter. I'll bet you Barnhart could tell you everything that Mac Jenkins is about to say about Spangenberg before he ever walks out of the dugout.
I don't think there's any doubt about it.
And now Mac Jenkins will start his trot back to the dugout.
But that's also what makes Tucker Barnhart an awfully good game caller. Takes a little pressure off the pitchers.
Spangenberg, a big rip there. I mean, look, the guy only has 8 home runs all year long. So, I mean, this is not what you would call a power hitter. Pretty good hitter, but not a big power guy. Of course, no sooner will you say that, he'll hit one off that M&M side out there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Challenge with a fastball high and tight there at 95.
Jamie Ramsey had a chance to be a hero like Blake Wood was back in the 5th, and he dropped it.
Really? He'd be the first guy burying you or me, and we dropped it. Am I right or wrong?
Tough reaction. He's got that net over there.
Yeah.
But it was right at him. Tried to catch it with his hand. Tough.
Jamie and his wife yesterday had their beautiful little twins out to the ballpark. They just had them here in the last few months. Here's strike 3 to Spangenberg. And they had both of them here at the ballpark in the press box last night, yesterday afternoon. It was great stuff. Melissa always has a big smile on her face. His wife. 2 away in the inning. And that's strike 1 at 96 miles per hour.
We've seen a lot of pitches from Lorenzen here in this outing that have been right at the kneecaps of Tucker Barnhart. You stay down there with the kind of stuff Lorenzen has, man, that is money.
Down there again.
You can. That is a. You can hit it, but there's not a whole lot you can do with it. Now you raise that up a couple of inches, it's a different story.
The ball gets away from Barnhart, and he won't even throw. It's just bad luck for the Reds right there. It's a wicked breaking ball for strike 3, but a wild pitch.
But it goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You saw that swing on how far that pitch was outside. It just tells you the hitter cannot recognize the speed or the spin of the ball when it's that well located down in the strike zone.
Boy, I am stunned Brian Price is coming to get Lorenzen right now. I mean, I'll say it before it ever happens. I am stunned. This guy is absolutely wearing people out right now with his stuff. And I know you've got a left-handed batter coming up, but he's hit 2 home runs all year long. He's only been here for a little longer than a month and a half. But that's why he makes the big bucks, to make these decisions as the manager of a Major League Baseball team. Lorenzen strikes out 3 batters in this inning, but 1 reaches on a wild pitch. We'll take a timeout. Back with more as Wandy Peralta comes on from the bullpen. Thirds, where he struck out 4 batters, allowed 1 base runner. I mean, the regular way, a base runner, a base hit. Had a runner reach on a wild pitch after strike 3 before getting the hook. And now to face Carlos Asuaje. As Kiblahan replaces Winker in right is Wandy Peralta.
Well, you've got a lefty-lefty matchup here, and Peralta's got to make this happen. I thought Lorenzen threw the ball awfully well tonight. One of the better outings that I've seen from him lately, especially location down in the strike zone.
Asuaje has hits in each of his last 2 at-bats, both of those, of course, against the starter Tim Adelman. Struck out his first time up, has since double to right center and single to right. Lysel Iglesias is getting loose in the bullpen. You have Perella waiting in the on-deck circle, who hit a 2-run home run to left field back in the 4th inning. I don't think Iglesias is even throwing yet. He's just starting to stretch out a little bit. You won't see him in the 7th. Got away with 1 there. Good luck for Peralta, and it's 2-2.
This is where you need your action pitch. You don't want to go to 3-2 and allow those runners to be moving.
That is a fair ball. It stayed on the line, and the batter is out.
Well, Tucker Barnhart is about as good getting on those types of swinging bunts as anybody.
So the manager pushes the right button. Peralta takes care of Asuaje, inning over.
Let's check out our cricket. Something to smile about. 26th birthday for Mike Trout. And he gets a birthday bath, baseball style. I can't imagine all the foulness involved in that. I see eggs, I see powder, I see all kinds of things. But when you're beloved by teammates, things like this happen. And it's hard to believe we've been talking about Mike Trout for so long, and he is only 26.
Heck, they throw organizations off college campuses for doing stuff like that now. And that's not an exaggeration.
Everything not in the kitchen sink, or but the kitchen sink, but everything in the kitchen they're pouring on.
Yeah, he'd be suspended and thrown out of most universities in America for that. All right. Kyle McGrath, interesting to note that he went to high school and college in Louisville, attended Butler Traditional High School down there, the same high school as Adam Duvall. He went to the University of Louisville, the same as Adam Duvall. Now there's a 4-year spread between the two. McGrath is 4 years his younger. But you can rest assured McGrath heard all about David Duvall, or Adam Duvall, coming up. Probably heard of David Duvall too. He was playing on the PGA Tour around then.
And McGrath just got called up, just made his major league debut in Pittsburgh.
What's a funky windup in it, or delivery to the plate?
Straight over the top, almost and arched back towards third, straight over the top. But that allows him to throw that straight change and make it have a little bit of deception to it. There it is again.
'36th round pick in 2014. Boy, that's a whole boatload of players chosen before this young man. Good for him to make it to the major leagues.
Yeah, you watch McGrath as he settles in. There's a lot of movement before he gets set. The leg comes up. Now watch the shoulders. They go back towards third. Big arch. Big arm swing, but the ball appears to come straight out of the back of his hat. In other words, he hides the ball well.
To Hopper off the bat of Barnhart. And that's the way it starts in the bottom of the 7th inning. McGrath was having an outstanding year at their AAA affiliate in San Antonio, Texas. 20 games, a 1-1 record, but an ERA of 2.6. He was only there a little bit of time. Opponents were hitting .182 against him. Kevlahan bats for the first time since coming on as part of a double switch.
Actually, he was in Double-A. San Antonio's
I beg your pardon. I said Triple-A.
AAA Club. Very slow, deliberate motion to the plate. When you've never seen a guy throw the ball like this, the first time, especially with the ability to throw the changeup for a strike.
And there's ball 4 to Petrick. It's only only 24 years old, is just turned 25, I beg your pardon. McGrath a little more than a handful of days ago. Wherever he's pitched, he has really done a good job. His career earned run average in 100 games in the minor leagues, spanning 160 plus innings, almost 200 innings including this year, is 1.2. That's pretty good.
.2, and that's throwing an 85-mile-an-hour fastball. He's got that big hook that he can throw on both sides of the plate, back door and down and into a righty, but the changeup, that's his most effective.
Excuse me, swing. They will get the out at second, and that's all with Hamilton running, so 2 out.
You see that 85-mile-an-hour fastball from McGrath early, and you think, oh, I want to get that. He throws from the same arm action, the same lever, takes about 8-9 miles an hour off of it, and it's a changeup. You start your swing as Hamilton did there, the ball's not there yet.
Nice play there by the catcher. Hedges preventing Hamilton of getting into scoring position. Ball 1 to Cozart, who has walked as an infield hit and struck out.
I can remember an awfully good hitting coach that I had when I played here, Hal McRae, telling me the hitters will tell you whether they're picking up your pitches or not. It doesn't matter how hard you throw. If they're not seeing the ball, you'll see it in their swings.
Well, the hitters are going to tell you everything you really need to know. All the rest of the stuff is just for the oohs and ahs and the crowd and, you know, people who just like knowing how hard a guy's throwing and spin rate and all that other kind of thing. At the end of the day, none of that means anything. The hitters will tell you exactly how good your stuff is.
Pay attention to the hands, pay attention to the front shoulder and that front hip.
Pulled foul.
Now that's one of those swings for a hitter. It feels awfully good. You hit it right on the barrel. You felt like you were right on it. As the ball made contact, you're thinking home run, and yet it's just a long, loud strike.
This one. Question is, did he get enough? He got enough. The hitters will tell you about your stuff.
It's a great job of hitting there by Zach Cozart. He got a changeup that he pulled foul. Cozart's not a guy that just broke into the big leagues this week. He knows you're going to throw a changeup. When you pull it foul, then they're going to try to rush you right in on your hands with that fastball and jam you. He tries to come in, he leaves it up, and it's sayonara.
That is the 4th 2-run home run in this game. 3 of them have been hit by the Reds. And Cozart has been on base 3 times tonight in his 2nd start. Returning from the DL, he had a hit his first time up yesterday in his first game back and was retired the next 4 times. That is his 13th home run and give him 41 knocked in. Now Votto, a perfect night for him. RBI single, 2-run home run, has walked and scored. I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar without even having talked to the young man that McGrath, it was only a couple of years ago, he's down at the University of Louisville. And growing up down there, all the Reds games are on television down there and pick them up on radio. That doesn't mean he was a Reds fan growing up, but the Reds were on TV or radio every night in the town where he lived. So, you know, the first base runner he allows in the major leagues, or at least has to worry about over there, was Billy Hamilton. And he's seen guys like Cozart and Votto for many years now. Young Mr. McGrath will be able to say, I got Joey Votto out. I'm sure a lot of friends and family here for him tonight. Cozart plays long ball. End of 7. Reds lead 7-2.
Through the gates, take home a Homer Bailey bobblehead featured in a camo jersey. It's thanks to Coca-Cola. Plus, don't miss a post-game concert featuring the Abbott brothers. Big night. Catch all the action for as low as $12. For tickets, visit Reds.com.
That'll be a big night. Homer Bailey bobblehead night. Looking forward to that. 3 2-run home runs for the Reds here tonight. Duvall has one of them. Votto has one of them. And Cozart just picked his up in the just completed 7th. It adds up to a 7-2 lead if you tack on one more Votto run scoring single. And here's Peralta, who got the final out in the 7th inning, stranding 2.
First 4 batters in the Reds lineup have done a little damage tonight.
Well, yeah, they have, haven't they? Hamilton has been on twice, scored twice. Cozart on base 3 times. 2-run home run, has scored 2. Votto on base 3 times, knocked in 3, scored twice. Duvall a 2-run home run. In fact, that's all the Reds offense in regard to hits. This one traveling deep and out of here. It's a home run by Pirela. That's his 2nd home run of his game. Good thing Wandy got that last hitter in the 7th.
Ball up will travel. The catcher's mitt goes up and the ball goes out.
Be a night to remember for Perella. He has never had a 2-home run game before. 28-year-old former Yankee. Big night for him tonight. And this ball is stung, but it'll stay in the yard. In front of the wall, reaching up to get a Kiblahan, 1 out. Strike 1 to Will Myers. Myers 0 for 3 in the game. Has bounced to third, struck out looking, struck out swinging.
He really looks discombobulated. He's either way out in front around the ball, or he's late trying to let the ball get deep and fouling it off to the right side.
You know, it has to be somewhat frustrating. And look, Myers is happy playing in San Diego. You know, wants to be there for a long, long time. They've signed him, as Chris brought up, or I mean, Cowboy brought up earlier. They've signed him for a long, long time, unlike other players on his team. But you know, when you're the only guy, somebody say, what about Votto? Votto's surrounded by a lot of good players. I mean, the Reds position player wise, they've got some solid, established, good major league players around him, with the potential of some guys that could turn out to be great players. Duvall's put together a couple of really good years now. Suarez is on his way to another good one. Cozart's had an excellent career.
I like the Reds lineup.
Yeah, so Votto's situation is nothing akin to Will Myers' situation.
He's got a lot of youngsters around.
Exactly. Guys that are really trying to navigate and feel their way through the major league experience. Nice play by Cozart again.
Did I mention I'll take 85%?
You did.
Cozart just checked.
What a game he's had tonight. Now Renfroe. We are in the 8th inning. Reds 7 runs, 6 hits. They've hit 3 2-run home runs. All of San Diego's runs, 3 of them on 8 hits have come on a couple of home runs, both by Perella, a 2-run home run in the 4th and a solo home run here in the 8th. Straight up and playable for Votto, right side of the infield. And in fair territory makes the play to end the inning. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 8th, leading by 4.
For the 3rd annual Sand Volleyball Classic this Saturday, August 12th, co-ed teams of 8 are welcome to come out and compete for a great cause. You can register today at bgcgc.org. All right, I'm off to the Fox Sports Ohio condominium. We're going to put a capper on this one. Reds Live, the post-game edition. If you're just joining us, we'll have expanded Reds highlights. You'll see how this one unfolded. Take you to the clubhouse, hear from the manager before anyone else, and so much more. It's Reds Live, the post-game show is brought to you by Performance Kings Honda.
All right, Jim, they look forward to seeing you here shortly. This is a nice story here, making it all the way back to the major leagues. Tomorrow will be, wait a minute, what is the date today? The 7th? Today is his birthday. I beg your pardon. Today, Carter Capps is back in the major leagues for the first time since 2015. Missed all of last year after undergoing Tommy John surgery. So congratulations to the Lenore, North Carolina native Carter Capps. He's made it all the way back. Now, this is the guy that even though he did not pitch in professional baseball last year, his delivery brought so much attention and so much chatter to the powers that be in Major League Baseball that there is what is known as the Carter Capps rule. You may remember this guy was as dominant as it gets just 2 years ago with a 1.1 ERA, where he used to push off twice, if you will. Now, this is now dragging the foot.
He used to almost jump as in a crow hop towards home plate and then push again. So it was actually a double landing. He'd start from there and then he'd start it again.
It was in addition to the Rule 5.07 formalizing an umpire's interpretation that says a pitcher may not take a second step toward home plate with either foot or otherwise reset his pivot foot in his delivery of the pitch. So in other words, he was pushing off the rubber and basically then pushing off again after a slide, which gave him a huge advantage, obviously, you know, as far as being closer to the plate and more velocity on the fastball. But now it's just dragging along and not pushing off again, although I think you can make an argument that by sticking that spike, the toe into the ground, that you're almost pushing off again. And he's been asked about this and he says no way. Fly ball on the left, 1 out. What do you think?
I just think that with the way he was throwing before, it opened a window I don't think Major League Baseball wanted to get into. Now, whether Carter Capps received an advantage from it, that's up for question. But it could be perceived as a jump and then a land and push again, and that's kind of where the rubber met the road there. You have to stop it before it gets a little bit out of hand. There were points and times in Capps' delivery that it appeared that he would leap towards the plate, land on his right foot, his back foot, and then drive to the plate, basically cutting out about a foot of the 60 feet 6 inches to the plate. Probably wouldn't like that if I was a hitter either.
No.
Capps throws the ball awfully hard. Before he had Tommy John surgery, he was up around 100 miles an hour. He's got that severe wrap back behind his back, so he really hides the ball well before delivering the ball to the plate. Almost takes his hand up his right rib cage before he delivers the ball to the plate. Not exactly a delivery I would teach to a youngster. But that's just how he learned how to throw.
He had a couple of really nice years down there in Miami after initially breaking in with the Mariners. But nice to see he's made it all the way back. And talk about a day. I mean, you haven't pitched in the big league since 2015, and on your 27th birthday, you're brought back up. Congratulations to Carter Capps.
Look, any player that goes through a surgery, I don't care what kind of surgery it is, and you come back and you're able to perform at a high level. This is a high level. My hat's off to you.
He's only 27, so you know, blessed with good health, this young fella could be around for a while again, a second career, if you will. Boy, he used to throw hard.
Oh,
man, did he throw hard.
And I don't know that you can't believe that he might not get back to that.
Sure.
I mean, Tommy John surgery takes a little while. There are guys that throw a year before they reach their peak velocity again.
That was a 95-mile-per-hour fastball that was tomahawked by Jeanette down that right field line, and Scooter a one-out base runner. That's his first hit in 3 at-bats tonight.
There are a lot of folks that wake up in the morning, they're looking for eggs, bacon, maybe a little toast, maybe a donut, something like that, coffee. Scooter Jeanette, he looking fastball, baby, all day, every day.
What are you looking for in the morning? I mean, you brought it up.
I'm looking for that snooze button.
And maybe turn that air conditioning down a little.
No, I've already got it down. Pulling the covers up, hit that button. I'm not one of those guys that sets the alarm up across the room.
You got that baby right next to you. What time you normally set? You set it a lot?
No, I normally don't set an alarm at all unless it's a day game. I don't want to show up about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're starting at 1:10. That wouldn't look too good.
I thought Cowboys were the kind of guys that, you know, I met a few of them out in Montana, and they were the kind that were early to bed and early to rise.
This is a vampire cowboy. We don't ride horses, we ride bats.
A vampire cowboy. That's about as good as it gets.
Like, I've been doing this for 30 years. My best work ever has always been around 10 o'clock at night. I mean, that's just the way it is.
That's the way your body clock is now.
That's right.
That was hit twice by Suarez. So like after a night game tonight, you know, you probably don't get home the pace of this game. Lord knows when we're going to get it. So, I mean, you probably get in bed, put that head down, watch a little TV later after a rack of ribs around midnight.
I still get nervous before every game, even though I'm broadcasting. It's just that.
Sure.
Just that player thing.
Right.
And after the game, it just takes a while to wind down. It's not like I can just show up at the house at 11 o'clock and be asleep at 11:15. That ain't happening.
Right.
I got to eat my ribs. I got to get a bunch of chips. I got to settle down. I got to get my belly right first.
All right, and then so it's about what, 12:30, about 12:30, 1A, right in that neighborhood.
Right around then.
Right around then. All right, I'm going to follow that up here after a 1-2 pitch to Suarez. All right, bluff back. So then, you know, the head hits a pillow. You got a belly full of ribs and maybe a little ice cream or whatever might be behind it. And then what time do you think those eyes are both open?
It varies. Varies.
Between what? I mean, is there like a window there?
What I got to do the next day.
All right, if you don't have anything going on that's really pressing the next day.
If I don't have anything going, like nothing.
Well, I mean, you got a game the next night. Like we're going to play here tomorrow night at 7:10. There's a ground ball down to third. And, you know, and your family right now is back home. So, you know, it's not like you're getting up with, you know, the kids and maybe going out and running around and playing or having breakfast together, whatever it might be. So,
well, I'll just throw this out there.
All right. I want to know this.
No game.
A lot of people want to know.
No game, nothing going on. Wake me up when it's time for dinner. And I ain't talking about lunch. We good?
Yeah, but you can't stay up until dinner tomorrow. So I mean, you know, I'm talking about a day like tomorrow where you know you got.
If I have a game, then I got to get up at 9 o'clock, 9:30.
9:30.
Yeah, I got to get up. I can't. I mean, I can't sleep all day. You said.
Well, I know, but the game's not. You don't have to be down here. You won't roll down here until 3:30 or so.
Yeah, but I got to get up, move around a little bit. No, I can't do past that.
Boy, I am really surprised.
What did you think I was going to sleep till about 1?
No, I thought, you know, 11:08. Thought it sounded like a good time.
No, I used to be able to do that.
Stir around.
I can't do that anymore.
Well, 11:08 sounded good. Not 9.
I didn't say 9. I said 9:30 or 10.
2-0 on Arismendi Alcantara, and that one thrown all the way back to the screen. And that will send the runner on to third. 3-0. On Alcantara here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3 more outs to go for the Reds in the top of the 9th, and it will be the latter third in San Diego's batting order in that 9th inning.
Well, we talked about Tom in the beginning of this ball game after seeing the series that the Reds played against the Padres out in San Diego when they were swept. This is a pretty good start to a Redeemer series here. Get off to a good start offensively.
All right, an RBI chance now for Tucker. He's 0 for 3 in the game. That hit by Jeanette was the first hit by a Red away from and outside of the first 4 spots in the batting order. Alcantara running, and the ball pops out of the mid of the catcher Hedges. That'll be a stolen base for Arismendi Alcantara. And obviously with this delivery, if there is, I mean, you can almost crawl stealing one base to the next with Caps on the mound. And with a 4-run lead, you're still running if you can.
They are still within slam reach, as a former manager of mine used to say. It is quite interesting that the Reds have been out hit tonight 8-7 at the moment, but lead by 4. Those 2-run home runs come in quite handy.
Don't know if Capps is always such a fidgety sort or whether he's just nervous being his first game back in over a year and a half in the big leagues. But I mean to tell you, this guy will make you mix in some decaf. I mean, he's moving around all over the place out there. He got his foot going, got the hand going.
He's always been fidgety like that, but I think that you get back to the big leagues, you want to do well, and things aren't quite feeling the way they're supposed to. You can see all these pitches are missing to arm side. Same thing with Alcantara. And now you're really loading up with a lot of pitches for a guy that just has not thrown that much.
Well, Andy Green's going to come get him and go to his bullpen. So Capps returns to the major leagues on his 27th birthday. And the Padres will go to their pen. We'll tell you about the new pitcher in a moment. Kroger to say big store-wide. Great food, low prices at Kroger by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com and by Toyota for over 30 offers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places. Young man born in Paducah, Kentucky, but grew up in Glenwood, Illinois. That's outside Chicago. Still makes his home in Chatham, Illinois, is Phil Maton. And he has just given up a grand slam to Patrick Kiblain.
Well, you come to the plate with a guy that's only walked 3 batters in 23 2/3 innings. You come up there hacking. He came up there and drive. That ball was smoked.
First career grand slam for the former Rutgers Scarlet Knight, Patrick Kiblain. Tell you, when this guy's got a chance to play a little bit, he's done some nice things for this team this year, Kiblain.
Yes, he has.
You consider the fact that he only has 117 at bats. He has 7 home runs for you. Ground ball to short will end the inning. How about Patrick Kiblain, his first career grand slam? How sweet it is. Teams have scored via the long ball. In fact, for the Reds and the Padres, that's nothing new. They rank among the top 6 in the National League for most runs accounted for via the home run ball. Padres at 47%, Reds up over 45 after tonight. And even though clearly not a save situation with an 11-3 lead, it will be Raisel Iglesias on the mound. They got him hot, they'll bring him in. What a year. .3-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Opponents batting in the 170s against this guy and an ERA in the 1s. He's only blown 1 save all year long. That was that game at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles.
He's your closer. He's had a couple of days off. You get him out there, get him an inning of work. 3 and 4 days off for a closer. Your arm starts to feel too good. You get out there and pitch in a ball game in a save situation in a tight game, really cutting it loose after 3 or 4 days off. Then you're really sore the next day. Just keep everything fluid. Keep pitching on a regular basis. And the fact that he's pitching in a ball game the Reds are winning.
Two and two to count.
Slider down Laredo. Actually had a little upward tilt to it because of the arm action and where Iglesias started from. Slider that's going up and away, a little riser action.
Now the batter Dusty Coleman, 1 out here in the 9th inning, and a breaking ball is in there, a strike. Reds and the Padres 3 more times after tonight on this homestand. Night games tomorrow and Wednesday. Tickets are available, and then an afternoon tilt Thursday. Then the Reds will be gone again for better than a week and a half. Reds baseball produced tonight by Kent Dream Weaver. Our director, Mr. Roy Alfers. Back-to-back strikeouts for Iglesias. Our associate producers, Jim Mueller and Kevin Penowit. Our Reds Live producer is Matt Sigafus. Coordinating producer for Reds baseball, Bob Pennell. Our executive producer at Fox Sports Ohio, Mr. Tom Farmer. And as always, we thank up here in the booth, statistician Joe Luckup. Working the Heim home camera, Jim Strickler. Jesse Jackson, booth coordinator and main man, and Jason Hanley up here, the A2 of the audio. But a crew of dozens and dozens who work so very hard to try and bring you the very best of Reds baseball every night, away from their families every single night. And we appreciate all their not only hard work but outstanding work. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with them every day. It's been nice on his homestand to have the cowboy in the house.
I'm digging.
I mean, we got a few more topics to cover here in the next couple of days. We've gotten into Betty by time. We've gotten into wake up time, about thumbtacking curtains to make sure none of the light comes in the morning, about blackout shades inside of your curtains at home.
Got a lot of ideas for you folks at home.
And that will say Betty bye to the Padres tonight.
Goodbye, Irene.
Iglesias fans aside, and the Reds win game 1 of 4 against the visiting Friars. Final count of 11-3. Reds hit 3 two-run home runs. One by Votto, one by Duvall, one by Cozart, and a grand slam from Patrick Kiblahan. Back with more in a moment.